Hello. I've just been jamming to this music for the last however long. So, we are going to play. Yesterday we finished The Roottrees are Dead. If you haven't watched that, and you don't want spoilers, go watch that. It should be on in my VODs, and it will appear on YouTube in the next couple of days. I think Sunday it's going live on YouTube. So feel free to disappear if you haven't watched that yet. However, we're going to play RoottreeMania today, which apparently is as long as the first game. It will spoil a lot of content, make sure you tie the pin and loose ends before starting. Which we have. I mean, we didn't fill in all the slots, but...
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not.
I recognise you from the family tree.
But life's funny sometimes. You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. And with my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge the Clancy Trust covers any Roottree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time.
I did not.
And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is, a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way, and she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side.
I feel like I shouldn't be getting in the middle of all the family drama. My webcam's really lagging. Better.
In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this.
I do!
To each their own.
You know, this would be a fun job to actually have. Right, so what are we doing? Okay, so we've got all the original family tree. Everything's filled in, even stuff I didn't get. That's nice. Okay. There were only 2 or 3 things I didn't get. Right, and then we've got possible infidelities knocking about. So these are people from the original tree who might have had affairs, and then... Okay. And then, so there might be some new relatives knocking about. Open this envelope after the whole tree has been filled in. You'll have to be extra sleuthy this time around to deduce the truth. Okay. Whoa. You possibly had kids up the wazoo, didn't you? Blimey, O'Reilly. Right. So, let's see what we've got. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It's been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. So the 6 pieces book about Elias Rootree was released in February. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. Yeah, because Carl died, right. In March, the Rootree company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark took over from Carl and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clansed Trust. This included any new questions of lineage. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these by a wide margin was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5Ps as a publicity move at the time. 5Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Rootree publicly and vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Rootree. The Rootree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5Ps to drop his claim, and, in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Rootree. Suddenly the world was obsessed with Rootrees. Anonymum and Jane Doe Rootree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymum, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Rootree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Rootree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Rootree and therefore entitled to share the Clansed Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the RoottreeMania saga. Does it mean this wouldn't turn out to be the last chapter? As more and more of Anonymum's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5Ps in nearly every significant way. The court's public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicions, the DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Rootree. The final event caused public disappointment and smugness from doubters, and countless of accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly and the fun of RoottreeMania seemed to disappear overnight. Okay, so it was the final chapter. Okay, gotcha. Right, so we've got 5Ps. Previously. Catch up with what happened last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results. Some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. Hey K-Wolf, how's it going? I don't know if you caught the end of yesterday's stream, but we finished it. We're now on the second game within this game. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Oh, not all of them will be used. That's mean. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Rootree family tree. Just chilling with warm wine. Oh, I've got Fanta. All the evidence from before is still available. For your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. So the Rootree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth, yep. Most of the action was in Butler County, Pennsylvania. Elias, Carl and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Rootrees, blah blah blah. Lawrence 2 diaries were the most useful resources. Oh, that sounds good, K-Wolf. 5 pieces could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavours. 5 presidents of the Rootree Company. Blah, 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 blah. Many of the younger Rootrees are found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty. November Rootree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones's company's website. Yes, I remember that. Ron and Robbie. Yeah. We're in trouble. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. Aloysius Herring Rootree claimed to be a Rootree but wasn't. Family Man, a book about Elias Rootree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books were not very useful on their own, they could lead to other information, and Caroline Morden's sculptures were not useful. Okay. Clark Rafferty LaRue. The company I hired to help us with the Clansed Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history as well as people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new root tree. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind while we're here, if someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for ones that led to potential new root trees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those are reserved for members of the original family. Yep. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was the perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit, consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and do my best to sort out the various messes we left behind. So please fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck and thank you both. So did you have any affairs, my dude? I mean, you had affairs. Have you got any illegitimate children, my dude, that we need to put on? Are you not telling me that? I feel like that might be you. Oh, hello. 2 people from the family tree having a baby. Well. Oh, family tree update, 1998. Okay, well. We need to look up, I think this is a good place to start. Mom, get off the phone! Trying to do my internet work. Five P's. 5 P's, aka Felix Fellows. The root of all evil, more poser than my action figure collection. Nice. The viewer mentioned his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. The author views the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Ooh. Apparently one of the songs on the album is new, the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs and violence into euphemisms. He was on the front cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. Okay, so potentially Guy Hudson. And Miracle Root Tree was in the same magazine. Okay. So your dad might be Guy Hudson. Now I want News Time over here. Okay. We're getting pictures. We're in it, guys. Who does he look like? He looks like someone. Can I not click on? No. Okay, so he thinks his father's Guy Hudson. And he is related to Guy Hudson. His mother, Joanna, was Zach Morden's secretary. And then Guy Hudson's secretary for 1 or 2 weeks. His parents divorced when he was 4. After his father learned of the affair, Felix and his mother then moved to Portland. Okay, so we need someone who's only got one. That could be this one then, or it could be Joanna. Do we have any Joannas who got divorced out of the family tree? Yeah. So the premise is, yeah, the book from the end of last stream came out, and then all these people have come out of the woodwork and said, I'm a Rootree, I'm a Rootree, I'm a Rootree, because they saw that they're entitled to money if they are a blood relative of the Roottrees. So we are now having to dig in and find out, are they actually? So I think this then must be Guy. I think. Oh, we need a new photo of him apparently. He was, I want to say the 3rd president, was he? Where was he? Yep. I can't use that picture. Okay, we'd need to find a new picture of him. But I think that'll be that. Now, which affair is... it's someone who... Oh, that doesn't help. I was going to say it's someone who got divorced. But... Whew. Right. And someone who only had one kid and got divorced. So it could be that one. The only notable person. Yes. 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 Hey, Deathclaw! Oh my god. Felix Fellows, but his actual name's David. Oh wait, I didn't read the whole thing. I only read down to there. Right, hang on. Let me finish putting this in. David Fellows. And he is musician? I think that's got to be right because he's the only notable one. And this would be Joanna, but I'd need her maiden name. This is harder because I don't have people's whole names, so I can't just search for Fellows and see who's got the surname Fellows. But I can. Oh, I can do that though. And you're Joanna. Joanna something. That is handy. Given that I can't do anything else with it. Okay, so. And you're Guy Hudson. But we don't have a photo of you yet. Right, what else does this say? He grew up with his mother, grew up with her until he was 16. One day his mother never came home from the movie rental store. The next morning they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She'd stolen all the cash and spent it on heroin. I think... So, I think as a powerful man, it's quite easy to have affairs. I think women, some women, find that quite attractive. So it's quite easy to have affairs when you're rich and powerful. And also you can use that power to have the affair, to like manipulate the situation. And like she was the secretary, so he was in a position of power over her, so he could potentially use that position of power to start the affair. Women too, yes, that is true. Yeah, it's not just men. However, I don't think that it's only rich and powerful people who want to have the affairs. I think a lot of people are scumbags. Just the less rich and powerful you are, the less easy it is to have a load of people willing to have affairs with you. That's my assumption anyway. I'm not saying everybody wants affairs. I'm just saying, you know, I think it's not just rich and powerful people who are scumbags and want to have lots of affairs. It's just they find it easier to do so. And probably as well, it's easier. I mean, they do. It's also easier for them maybe to hide because, you know, if they're working long hours in the office, or if they're away on business a lot, or if they've got a secretary that they could have the affair with and no one would look twice at them spending all their time together in the office, you know what I mean? It might just be a bit... I mean, I don't know. Or it might be that people all over the place are having affairs and we just find out about the rich ones because they're the ones that end up in the news. Maybe everyone's at it. I don't know. Felix went through her belongings. The only thing he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos and a stuffed animal from childhood, but then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and a photo related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed, the only one not from the affair itself. The picture is shown in full inside the magazine and was added to evidence. Okay, good, so I have got a photo of him. The magazine also includes some additional history. Riley Fellows. Okay, hang on, let me put that in while I remember. Riley. Okay. He was born Felix Fellows. Okay, so I should change this to Felix. Where were we? Tried to find success by opening for other artists, even by selling CDs on street corners in Portland. Only recently started going as 5Ps to harness the power of his lineage. Did some research into the truth of the claims, was able to confirm Joanna did work for the Roottrees company as secretary sometime during the early mid-70s. She died of a drug overdose. Felix went into foster care soon after, unable to track down his father. That sucks. They also reached out to the Roottrees company, but the blank statement was, since the release of the recent book, Roottrees seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity, as opposed to attempting to use our name in media for publicity. Okay. Cool. So that's that for now. And then we've got the photo. Okay, so we've got Joanna and we've got... What's that say? Roottree family picnic, you say? Oh, wellity, wellity, wellity. So some people must have known about the affair. You would assume. Like, you wouldn't take a photo of a dude and the secretary, I think. Oh, and they're looking at each other. It's kind of cute. If he didn't go on to have all these shenanigans. And also if he wasn't married. Over here. To Patricia Jones. Wait, he died relatively young, I thought. He was a busy boy. Okay, and then Miracle Roottrees. Denied that 5Ps was a Roottrees before the DNA test. Feels it's attacking his family. It starts with 6 pieces content. Most of the book was based in fact. It left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. Sam's daughter earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrees. Sam did the same before her. Sam's family was not destitute. It was really only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. Do I? I don't have her maiden name. Yeah. For the family tree, we need maiden names, not married names. So it's just Joanna Fellows. I'll search for that in a minute and see if we can find her. They didn't have to. The family helped to pay for her son's medical bills after voting it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness. Oh, he's crazy homophobic, but at least he lets him work on the farm to earn his keep. Especially considering that he and John continue to live together. Miracle then pivots the fallout from 6 pieces. Clancy trust family been subjected to... Blah, 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 blah. Every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. 5 Ps is a delinquent. 5 Ps lyrics is violent, sexist and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies and find religion. I mean, for a homophobe, you are wearing a rainbow tie. Just saying. Wait, who's that? That's the magazine cover. That's the, Huh. That's 5 Ps. All the miracle preachers have rainbow ties. I don't know if it's because of the miracle thing. Those wanting to... Ooh! Those wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. Planning on touring the country's churches one last time. Your last chance to hear the truth from a man with one of the most complete recollections of America's most notable families in your hometown. Miracle Jr. didn't wish to comment. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. Blah, 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 blah. And Sam Madsen's actually the oldest living Rootree. Although I guess technically she's a Madsen, not a Rootree. Okay. So. We need to search for... Joanna Fellows. Nothing. Let's search for 5 Ps in the Butler County Times. Nope. Did I spell it right? Yes. Riley Fellows? No. Teen Blast might have some stuff about 5 Ps. Not popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not... Oh, he's popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted towards teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyway. So here it says his real name's David. What's his name? It's not possible that he was born in 1977. He claimed on song called 17 magazine that he turned 17 in 1992. It wasn't performed by 5 Ps. They shouldn't print rumours. Okay, well, I mean, we're looking that up. What was it called? Oh, the song was called 17 Magazine. It's not a magazine called 17 Magazine. "17 Magazines" this is by Dirty Davy. Mentions of it on a few sites. claiming it was on the first release of his first mixtape but was removed. No audio-visual evidence of it existing. States it was written on David's... Indeed, K-Wolf. They're not as holy as they want us to think. Involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. The person doing the violence was apparently trying to beat Dahmer's score. Due to major acts of gun violence in schools earlier this year and a subsequent backlash against violent music and video games, it's in very poor taste to bring it up. Okay, I should search for Dirty Davy as well, I guess. His birth name is David Fellows. Dirty Devil. Yes, I can jump. I'm just going down a rabbit hole. This is like when you start clicking on Wikipedia. Okay, I don't think any of that is helpful. We just don't know when he was born. Dirt poor. Oh, he includes Raina in a list of attractive women. The lyrics from the song's Heat mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models and musicians from the 90s. Raina was replaced by Dana, a reference to the character from the X-Files. Huh. So I don't know if he's David or Felix. He's definitely a local. So, oh, let me look him up in that one. Okay, that might be as far as we're getting with that. Let's look at Guy Hudson again. So most of this we've seen before. Yeah. Oh, there was an older version of this page. So stuff has changed. Guy liked debauchery and swingers parties. So that's the older one, was about the caviar. Maybe I should just Google RoottreeMania. I like that. A widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret Roottree. When you submitted your name, it simply said no with an image of Clark Rafferty LaRue giving you the finger. Oh yeah, if they were swingers, then he's probably got kids all over the shop, because I mean, contraception wasn't all that in the 70s, was it? Unauthorized biographies. I kind of want an I'm a Secret Root Tree t-shirt. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe we should look up the diaries again. I can't remember what they were called though. So maybe I don't need them. Right, is there anything else in here? Not at the moment. Let's look at Miracle Root Tree. Three generations of miracles. He's lived a long and fruitful life. Now in his 70s, age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult. And reminisce about his family, the saints and sinners, what originally drove him away to his fortune and into the arms of religion, how his life has become more wealthy in spirits than it ever could have been from his inheritance. Yeah, sure. Richer in spirit, is it? No, it's just that. It's not been updated and may be irrelevant. Okay. Maybe we search that though? No. It's all the same thing. Huh. This is really all we've got to go on. Okay, given that this isn't Google, if this was Google, I would never. No. Okay. Something else in here. Yeah, Google would mean I'd need to burn my PC to the ground after Googling it. And I'm not prepared to do that. So spider search is better. Hunky hotties. Again, I would not Google that either. Oh, we know what her occupation is, don't we? Where was that? She was a secretary, movie rental store, so she worked as a cashier at a movie rental store. So retail? Yeah, most recent occupation. And family trees use surnames from birth. So I need her... movie rental store. No. Right, there must be more than this. Yeah, I think I already searched for her. Nothing. I probably need to Google the book. Maybe I can find the book. Here we go. Yeah, you helped verify the story, much the book's core kind of familiar to you. Sam had sections on other family secrets and rumours. Nice. Okay. Guy Hudson. Here we go. Sam was not a fan of Guy. Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Yeah, I've already worked that out. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumour has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped. When he went on trips overseas, they were for weeks at a time. Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meeting with distributors and manufacturers. He bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Elias may have cheated on Gwyneth. No hard evidence. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage. Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her who's Beth. Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth, but never met her. Huh. Okay, so I think Antonelli's in Rochelle Zimmer sold the land the building was on. Here we go. Oh, I don't know. It's going to be it's going to get very complicated, K-Wolf. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she used to deliver produce from her mother's farm. So it's her. we'll chuck her in there. And that. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary but went back to delivering produce on weekends, trying to save up money and move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Okay. So I presume her name wasn't initially Christine. You're getting a bigger mug. Yeah, you might need it. I don't think Rochelle Zimmer's got anything to do with anything, but yeah, no. Okay. But can we search for Christine Garland? No. No, nothing. Okay. But that is interesting. So... I don't know how we find their surname though. And then Elias had a secretary named Elizabeth. I don't know how we'd go about looking for that. So someone who later got married, so that could be this one. So that was what, Stephen... What was the surname? Garland. Oops. Her first name is Elizabeth. But we don't know her maiden name. We don't know her occupation. Restaurateur? I mean, they were running a restaurant together, but I don't know. None of that seems to fit. Chef, maybe? No, it wasn't there. It was here. Save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurants. So I guess chef? She was, but it wants to be the most recent job. Steve's a chef. I don't think it did it? No, she worked as one of Guy's secretaries. And then this was a different person. Guy's been dead a long while. So... Ah, we should look up Anonymom. Although, Yeah, they've been shown to not be a relative. Yeah. DNA test proves that Anonymous' daughter cannot be related. Yeah, Anonymous' affair does not appear. Secret Roottrees, though. What do you mean nothing relevant? It's my whole investigation, isn't it? Let's look you up. Clark, Rafferty, LaRue, and Ron Roottree. Ron was overlooked. Made out of the spotlight. Okay. Should I look up who's running Root? Unrelated. Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. Ruby Legal Enterprises. Sure. Let's have a look at that. Ruby Sprat. Lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Going down another rabbit hole. An author, so we could look up books. Appeared in a magazine called Picot with an article about a book she'd been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures. Pictures! Picot. I'm going to copy that and then here we go. In an issue that focused on talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low, Piketty had an article about a cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from the store shelves, making it the subject of some conspiracies and an instant collector's item. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. But you printed something out. What did you print out? Basselbub. Unless you want to read about I want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. See, you say you've the rendering the magazine useless, but it says 8 clues. So can I? Spot his name right? Yeah. What were the other books called? Portrait of a Changed Man. Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Okay, well... Who? Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from a Catholic church who was told by God he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach. Okay. I don't think that's useful. The title of the article was different. Is this? Same thing. No. Big sass sea bass, you say? The utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds? Wow. Right, anyway, it's time for a break. We'll all have a think. We'll come back after the break and we'll solve this mystery, alright? Is it a deal? Good. Right, how many options have we got here? 5. Let's not jump into fighting. Panhorn, please.
Cure the rot. End it.
Okay. Well, good. That's good. Get fished.
The swing after we're gonna jump on.
Ah.
Ready? This one, right now.
I
And we have to get off
overshot.
it right away.
I overshot.
Stop overshooting.
I...
Oh! Stop.
Stop what? Stop
Okay,
dangling, damn it!
Sorry.
Are we done?
That's the last of them.
No, that was poor.
Oh, sorry. It's so sad. This game's really sad. It makes me cry. Yeah! Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. We killed the burning god. Whoop, whoop.
No living thing can approach it.
Manfred!
Manfred,
I choose you!
come back.
Yeah, Manfred!
Last words for Karen before I.
Yeah, Manfred!
You miserable little.
This is such a bad movie. I don't even know what that was supposed to be of. Yes, I'm not a robot. My mum liked it! Thanks, Mum. Dwell deeper into the inner workings of your forge. Find out how states grabbers and space switches will become useful in designing quantum algorithms. This is hardcore. Discover your knowledge vault. Is that what we call my brain now? Maybe that's what I need to start calling my brain. This is my knowledge vault. Right up here. These fundamentals will get you all set to be 2. Okay. Are we actually thinking about killing her? Or are we... We're killing someone?
They're right. No one's safe if that thing goes loose.
Danais?
Enough. Lower the trap. Ready your blade.
Oh, whose side are we going to be on?
You've but one chance. Join me or die.
This is a big decision, Panhorn. Hello. Right. There's got to be more to this. There's got to be more to this. News Time briefly covered a lawsuit between Ruby Spratt and Piketty magazine surrounding Cicely Sanchez. It said that Cicely didn't have the right to redistribute the photos in the magazine of Guy Hudson. Piketty apparently announced they would be pulling their issue the following day, the moment the Ruby legal enterprise threatened them. This caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history, though only for a day. Even people that would never normally have purchased it went out of their way to buy one just in case it would be worth something someday. It especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists who assumed that anything worth suing over would have to be hiding something. An expert legal analysis from News Times states that it was unlikely Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Piketty likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Roottrees just ignored the story. So there's copies out there. Alright, sure. Sure. That's helpful to me. Thank you very much, Spider. I've already searched that. Ruby Spratt's elusive website owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern day success stories. Grew up in foster care. Huh. Is she one of the many kiddywinks of an affair? Local gas station chain in Portland. So she might be... Wait, hang on. Copy. No. Ah. Interviews both Clark and Ruby. Ruby approached the Roottrees sometime in late March after the Rootree rift, but well before RoottreeMania. An accomplished, relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound. There would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. First move was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring they'd begun to address the Clancy Trust. Okay. What was the older one? Rootree Rift. Huh. I feel like we're not getting anywhere really. Business newspapers. Ron Rootree. You need to look into Ron Rootree. Business Watch. Okay. We need to look at Ron Rootree in Business Watch. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother Gwyn died in Paris. Oh. That's sad. Business Watch. No, Ron Rootree. What really happened with Rootree? The article mentions nobody from Rootree that they reached out to was willing to go on the record. The timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The only parts new to you are the most vague parts. Okay. They had a preliminary vote after Carl Rootree died, but before the release of 6 pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Rootree to take over because of his experience running RR Productions and because he was a well-known and well-respected Rootree. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would get the Clancy Trust to remove Robbie. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled and Ron became frustrated. When the 6 pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action. And he released the press release himself. This caused chaos. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Clancy Trust. And they eventually let them go. Royal Facility Clark. Nobody was excited about, but seemed to be the safest choice. Okay. But I don't know if that really helps us. He was released from French prison after serving a few years for assault. This is really hard, guys. I need to find the missing bits from there. But I don't know how. We've literally got that, and that's it. We don't know anyone else who might have... Well, we know people who might have had affairs. So we think maybe... Which Elias was it? There's so many Eliases. An Elias somewhere. had an affair. Said Gwyn. This Elias might have had an affair. But we don't know which of these people he may have been. Yeah. Right, let's go through things again. So, it's been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen research. Rootree Rift. We haven't looked at Clark yet. Oh no, yes we did. Some her children and grandchildren should all have been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie. Those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Rootree at the direction of Elias Rootree, purposefully deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Yeah, Ruby Legal Enterprises. There's something going on with Ruby Legal Enterprises, but I don't know what. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so somewhere in here, two people who are already in the tree got married. So it's a family. This is a family tree update. This isn't an affair. This is two people from the tree got married. So it could be like someone who got divorced from someone and married someone else. What? Wait, what? Not necessarily. Because, like, here we've got divorces going on, so it could be like Danielle Franks married some rando. Or it could be Sweet Home Alabama. It could be. It very well could be. Maybe we need to look up Chris Rafferty again. He seemed to know some stuff, didn't he? No, where was the... yeah. Aha! Chris Rafferty's prodigy site seemed to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. You're the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but we moved away with my mum when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember, people like Guy Hudson and Eddie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid. I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 in the office when my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. Ah. Okay. How do you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about poison because I saw it in the Roottrees curse website, and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof the website didn't take it down. He spells fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Huh. 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 So she was clearly having an affair with someone. She looks like she's dressed in a uniform. That's the poster from Boys and Girls, both like Roottrees, whatever it is. He's dressed like a leprechaun for reasons we don't quite know. But I can't put those photos in yet. Yeah, but I mean, he seems to be having an affair with every secretary going. That's the other photo of him. That's the other photo of him. Presumably. Who else? Have we got extra photos of anyone else? That pin's interesting. I don't know what that's there for. Him. Okay. Well, that got us somewhere. Let's see. Yeah. Wonder who took that photo. Right. That's gone down by one, I think. So maybe we need to look up all this stuff again. Not those, they're red herrings. I remember how we got to Brian Jones. None of them appear to be related to search. Okay. We can look up these. It was... Is it this one? Unconnected to your current search. Still want to search for it though. Whoa! You visit the November Studios website for all time's sake, and what's this? The website now lists the hours of November Studios. They open at 1 PM on most weekdays, but closed on Wednesdays. This changes everything. You lament that this incredibly vital information wasn't available months ago when it truly mattered. I love that, where it's like, really, 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 don't need to be looking this up. I guess we don't need to look up the diaries again because we don't have the names for them anymore. We can look up Jim Roottree again. Jim and Diamond apparently sent out some mail to Diamond Dazzlers and mentioned that they didn't spend a lot of time near or around the candy company anymore, so they couldn't really comment. The Best Of album did get released to CD during RoottreeMania. Neither of them have performed recently. They did do a few signings at local record stores. Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing fine. Never any rumours of infidelity. Okay. So I guess that is a dead end. A life between wars, that's what it was. Oh, she'd be suffering from Alzheimer's, that's sad. Yikes. Taking a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond. That is mean. Let's see if we can find the photo. They were released under blah, 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 blah. Husband Jacob died in the war. Times have changed in the more than 20 years. Butler County. Okay. Let's look at the diary again. Just in case. Ha! Okay, when revisiting Lauren's book, there's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. You've added it to the rest of your evidence. Excellent. Relationship between her mother and father. It offered only redundant information during your previous investigation. It mentions the subject of affairs. I'm no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there was an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you could joke with? I've not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I mean, true keeper, but I mean, her husband's dead and has been for a long old while, which is just sad. I've grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpa and his family sayings. Blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as weakness. Eliath, please remember Tham. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmarked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. I can say without doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. I don't know if that helps. That just says that they didn't have affairs. Yeah, there's one clue in it somewhere. I don't need their pictures either. No. So she says she's not had an affair, even though it wouldn't be an affair, because her husband's dead. But she's very confident that her parents haven't had an affair. She is a widow, yes. Her parents... Where's she? Here. So Clancy and Sarah, she says, would never have an affair. I'm pretty sure he said he's had affairs, but we don't know if they led. I feel like he's asking us to look into the children, so I feel like he'd say if he'd had kids. This is interesting as well. I wonder if I can find that. That's nice for a wedding. This is much harder. Than the original one. Which bit? All this mess. So, I feel like this must be Elias. This must be this dude. To have had that many generations knocking about. I think. This is interesting. John Doe. So you had a kid who was then adopted by your parents. Huh. I think that's got to be him, just to give him time to have that many kids who are clearly adults because they got married and had kids of their own. Because that's how many generations? 1, 2, 3. No, it's only 3. No, it's only 2 really, isn't it? No, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah, so it could be someone from this row as well. First new tree at the bottom, here. Marriages. There's no divorce there. That's interesting. Maybe someone died? What's it say if someone died? Yeah, because they're still listed as married, even though he died. So she's technically not still married to him. She was a widow. But they're still listed as marriage. Or polygamy. Yeah, we could have that going on. We could indeed have some good old-fashioned polygamy. Is it too early to ask the duck? I want to find this photo, but I guess we're not gonna. Ask duck. I'm stuck. 5p is a musician. It's possible some of his music could be helpful to you. Well, yes, that's true. So it's saying we need to look at 5p's music. Right. Modern music. Okay. That is this one. We didn't look that. What? What? Series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine. It's not telling us any of the lyrics though. Maybe that music magazine would have Dirty Davy. Is that how you spell it? No. Wait, Raina... No. They've got together? Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. Yeah, that just leads us there. Duck! He released an album recently. Root of all evil. Did we not just search that? No, we didn't. Okay, we're idiots is what we are. Mostly material that 5P's recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences about and professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. Infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock. Didn't make much of a splash. But, okay. All Your Problems. Here we go. Points out only the people who think money is evil is those that have it, those that can afford not to be greedy. In the song, 5P triumphantly talks about taking the Roottrees' wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. You find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. Or we can listen to it! Nice!
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5P coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is a root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man, y'all are hypocrites. Sitting back in your massive estates.
It is kind of catchy.
That your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but look at here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners.
So that's all about Miracle.
When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. But instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is a root of all your problems. Let me take those
more tragic orphan. Your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible.
How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. I wanted my share.
That's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's.
Top off my pockets, please.
Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion. And I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtroom, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Yeah.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon thieves, you're the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people.
I don't know if any of this is helpful.
You're the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle.
He does call out Miracle in particular. There's a whole... He's on... So this verse is saying, like... that they want to keep him and Laura Madsen... No, Sam Madsen away. And then this is all about Miracle. Okay, but I don't know how that specifically helps. Look up Stevie Whitlock. Seeing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs are actually an average of 11.5 inches long. None of this seems related to the Roottrees, okay. Maybe Miracle did have an affair. I mean, I'm pretty sure he did. Just because, you know, he's not as holy as he likes to make out, obviously. You found a lot of important information in your last investigation. Okay. Right, so... No, not that. That. Yeah, there's still 6 things here. All evidence from before is still available. For your convenience, any such that do not lead new information. Where is all previous evidence still available? Oh! Here! Wow. Okay. So we can read previous stuff. Okay. So maybe we need to look up some of these people again. Never had any marital issues. Ooh, Kristen Valdez. No, okay. Doesn't make any claim about having a child. Okay. First Anderson Maple Farm. We finally know the name of the maple farm, right? Oh, the website says Bess Williams' book. Oh, press Control C. Copy. And paste. Company's current head of farming, Mrs. Catterall. Mrs. Catterall. We've had that name before somewhere. I've seen that name before somewhere. Farm offers discounts on Tuesdays. Well, that's useful. Catterall. I've seen that somewhere. I remember typing it in. Here. Haha. Okay. So that's still Sam Roottrees in her, like, family. Okay. Family Man. Okay. Family Man by Bess Williams. Okay. So, this book tells you nothing new about Elias, and for what you know of his true feelings towards some of the extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they used the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright has expired. How is this... How is this giving me two pieces of information when it tells me nothing? Well, the photo would be one, right? I think he's one of these people who had affairs. So I think his photo goes in there somewhere. Because I can't put that photo here. So he must be one of the people who's been having affairs. But I don't know which one of all the people. Presumably one of these two. Ah, wait. 1921. I forgot that they had the dates on. So, yeah. Must be this one. How many people have we got in now? 1, 2, 3. If we can find her surname, then we'll have 4 and it'll tell us if we're right. I mean, I could put Fellows. Don't think it is. No. And this is really recent. This is 98. So this might be one of the youngsters getting married. Like maybe her. I'm gonna duck. Reminders in your evidence goes over the most important people and events. So it's still saying reminders. So there's still stuff here that it wants me to be looking at. Elias, Carl and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Maybe we need to look at Miracle Rootree again. No. No, it's just an old one. I've already found that. Picoty! What? Talk to me, Duck. Caroline Morden. She would have spoken up about everything going on. You are so right, Duck. So right. Someone's uploaded a partial transcript of that interview. Transcripts only her answers, missing the questions, gives somewhat confusing reading. Okay. But that will have to wait until after the break. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes to see what Caroline Morden had to say.
You're not going to do it.
We jump on it when we've gone past it.
It looks like it's flush, you have to wait a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like right now. Nope.
Oh, I thought you said...
It's so hard. Like, you got like so little time.
I thought you said now. So I jumped.
I saw you fall off the edge and I was like, oh, frick.
Oh. Well, I only fell because you didn't jump.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we jump on the one that's coming up to us.
It looks like we actually have to wait until it looks like it's too far, and then we have to jump on it. It's, because otherwise you're not going to do it.
We jump on it when we've gone past it.
It looks like it's flush, you have to wait a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like right now. Nope.
Oh, I thought you said...
It's so hard. Like, you got like so little time.
I thought you said now. So I jumped. Why did he die? Why did that happen? Why? Why would that be a thing that happens?
What happened in the grove was a horror, one I won't ignore. But nor will I let a devil roam the coast unchallenged.
Yeah, it was.
Please.
It was a horror. Yeah.
The only devils here.
And we did some horror. 3. 2. Yeah. We didn't do it on purpose. It got a bit out of hand.
You're not the worst liar I've ever met. But you're daft as a brick if you think I'm going to believe that.
Look, just because I'm daft as a brick doesn't mean I'm bad. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay. We don't like being called daft, apparently. By Karlak.
Oh. Oh no, no, my dear dark gods below, no!
A memory shard.
Little
a container
smile.
into which brief men dare without some.
Why are we not eating the nachos?
In the closet. Even mine.
Okay, now this makes more sense. Let's go. I don't know what any keys are.
Why don't my parents understand that I can't live without music? Music for me is like a path to a different world. It's impossible to live without it. Without music, the boredom is unbearable. Problems are easier to solve if you see life like playing a game.
Whoa!
Now that's better. After all, anything is possible.
Guess who's back? Back again. Catherick Thorn. Tell your friends. But that's what these games tend to be, I think. Oh! Whee! Sorry, Jeremy. Sorry about the bear. Oops. That's better. Right, what are we doing? Finding the thing. Haha. I never really did fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing spark plugs out of all her tractors, but I don't think it really fit her narrative. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, but I was already pretty unpopular. Once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother for the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth in a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth in a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Okay. So they both went to Europe. And she fell in love with a woman. And he messed up. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behaviour like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. So this is all talking about Guy then. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. He's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used semi pots. His problems with women were different than Guy's, but he never really judged me. So who's that talking about? Is that for how he used to be? For That's How He Used to Be and to Guy and Carl. This is a lot more cryptic. Is it him? So she's... That's her. There's a photo to find of Zach Morden. She might be talking about Clark, I guess. There's definitely something to find about Zach, yeah. I mean, there definitely is stuff to find out about him because we found stuff before. Yeah, there's just not a lot to find out about him. Who was a workaholic? He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. Our family wrote off his behaviour like he was some huge fan of romance or women. So I think that's got to be Guy. So this is talking about when she came out as gay and the family ignored her. Guy was supportive of her, but she couldn't stand him. Who was a workaholic? Seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. I guess maybe that's Sam's dad. This guy? Or maybe him. Could be him. Because I guess Carl knew Ernest Madsen Jr. And she's annoyed that no one else in the family really knew him. Maybe? Because she seems to be mostly talking about people in her generation, right? So she was talking about Guy, and she was talking about Carl, and I think she was talking about Clark, and I think she was talking about Ernest, because he was the president, but he died quite young. Seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. And I'd rather not speak ill of the dead. Unless you want more stories about Guy. So maybe Carl had an affair? And then I think that's talking about Clark, who used to be all over the place and now he's boring and old. Because that does seem to fit him well, that he was all over the place here. And then now he's boring and old. I think that fits. So maybe Carl had an affair. Because there's someone... No. Wait. This is 1949. That right. So, hang on. We've got one in 1921, which is him. We've got one in 1949. And then we've got a marriage here. So, there's no more affairs. Other than 1949. Which... we haven't got dates on here. I mean, it could be Miracle, I guess. She was writing about Between the Wars. So these were all knocking about in the 40s. So it could be along here. One of these people. And he's had 1, 2, 3, 4 more affairs that we don't know about. Why is this so hard? Gonna look at Gwen again. No, her name wasn't Roottrees, was it? Was it? Forsyth. Maybe. Oh, but then no, because they kept the name Roottrees. Maybe I need to look up Ron and Robert. That old one and that old one. Gwen's only just died, right? You'd think that would be... No, apparently not. Gwyn! That's why! Oh my god. She was active in the 50s, so it probably wasn't her that had the affair. That's the Wild Bill Williams thing. Don't think they should have been there. No. Okay. Yeah. So I think the affair we're looking for is these guys. I think. Now, he would have struggled to have kids back in the 40s. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Miracle, but we've got no evidence that it's Miracle, but I'm pretty sure it's Miracle just because I don't like him. Wait, what? Later than all these guys. He was born like 14 years after Margot? He was born at like the same... Yeah, he's like the same age as some of these guys. I think he's the same age as Lotman. So if it could be him, then it could be these guys as well. It could be Zach. It could be him, because we've got another photo of him somewhere. Well, it could be, could it? He was born in the 70s. And he's this generation. So this generation was born... Yeah, 60s or 50s. All right, Doc. Yes, we're aware of that. Thank you, Duck. The child of those people was not in the previous tree. Okay. Yes! Was anyone pregnant? Yes, she was. So that's Stephanie Landon and Brian Jones, right? I thought it meant they'd got married. More recently. Let's look her up then. She won the election. Oh, but that was 8 months ago. Baby photo. Our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. What's next? With the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family, there's been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements. Okay, so we've got... Where do it be? There. Oh, oh, she's got a little Santa hat on. That's so cute. Oh! Oh, Euclid got excited too. He's coming back around. Do you want to see our progress, Puss? Hey, are you proud of me? We found, look. We got some people, right? It's not easy, this game, Puss. Can you help? Yeah, he's been sleeping on the window hammock behind the monitors. Oh, good idea.
Hey, check your posture.
Yeah. Drink up.
Thank you, K-Wolf. I forget to do all those things when I'm streaming. Make sure you guys all do them too. Boo. Yeah. Oh, hello.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Look, lady, you're all as bad as each other as far as I'm concerned. I'm just enjoying putting the family tree together.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees.
We all might be Roottrees.
First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious.
He's the only real one as far as we know.
I felt terrible, so I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there.
Oh, that was the whole Anonymom thing.
But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions.
Look, I don't trust you. I don't trust Clark.
But
I'm just finding stuff
based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Yeah. That's an old song.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Bye! Anyway, I was doing this. The baby's named after her grandmother, you say, which is apt because she was born at Christmas, so... Carol. She must be called Carol, right? Okay. You're still blue, but that's because we don't know your surname. And there's nothing else that we'd filled in yet. Okay. Oh, there's quite a lot of new stuff. Let's get some faces. A woman named Regina Clementine came to and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Rootree. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Rootree. Hell yeah! Guys, secretaries and visits overseas. Okay. Handy. Elizabeth Cravensworth. Right, let me look at that later. Regina Clementine. It's all the information I have about Regina Clementine née Salazar from New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote to me about a month ago. Apparently the Rootree lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband's a police officer, never knew his father, thought he might be a Rootree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he has no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. I've been able to confirm Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, so we might be able to Google her. A singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger, and Regina said that Stuart told her they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Huh, she sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to the email. Okay. So. Mary Beth Clementine. He's got the whole world in his pants. He's got the whole wide world in his pants. He's got the whole world in his pants. He's got the whole world in his pants. She adopted 2 children, but did she adopt 2 children? Or did she have them out of wedlock and didn't want people to know she'd had them out of wedlock? She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system. Ah, her other son was adopted later, under unusual circumstances. Interesting. Under unusual circumstances. So maybe Stuart's not a Rootree. Maybe Mark is a Rootree. Interesting. So, it was to someone, this affair was with someone who's been divorced and 2 kids. So, could be, right? Adoption in first. We could search for adoption. Here was some adoption, yeah, but that was a long while before this. Because this affair was in 1921. Oh no, because then... Oh man! Whoops. I want to look up. Don't know if she'd be in any of these. It's not modern music. Oh, there we go. Nothing much to say about Mary Beth. The Old Rugged Cross is the only song that was advertised but not reviewed. Okay, New Edison. Sterling Edison. She legally changed her name. What did she change her name to? It's just that. So it's about old records. Hey Vinny, how's it going? Kapow to you too. I am also good. Why have I still got Zachary Morden copied? Oh, Edsel. So his name was Edsel was a German last name. At the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try and get into okay. So he is Sterling Edsel. What about Mary Beth? No. I did play Lost Records. The videos are on YouTube if you would like to see. 2 videos of that. One of my colleagues who's also played it has been ribbing me for being rubbish at romance, because my colleague managed to get romance with one of them to full, and I did not. It's really good. It's a little bit janky in places. I would say the production quality is not as good as what you call it? My brain's gone blank. No, brain's gone completely blank. Life is Strange. Production quality isn't quite as good as Life is Strange, but the gameplay I really enjoyed, and it's a very Life is Strange game. If it was part of the series Life is Strange, you would not think it was weird being in that series. But if you're someone who is annoyed by like people's hands clipping through tables and stuff, if that's going to wind you up, then you might have issues with it. It doesn't bother me. So I really enjoyed it, but I think it bothered a couple of people in chat as I was playing it. So yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's very much along the same lines. You can tell it was made by the same people. So if you enjoyed the older Life is Strange games, I think you will really enjoy Lost Records. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Only half of it's out so far. The other half's coming out in April. But yeah, it's really good fun. Can we look for Stuart Clementine? Alright, K-Wolf. Might see you in a bit then. Hope the things are easy to be dealt with. Yeah, they might have fixed some of the bugs as well when it's fully released. Right, I guess we'll leave all that for now. And we'll have a look through... Whoa. This. Okay. That is an important name, I am pretty sure. Oh, and here are the secretaries. Juliet McCullen, Joanna Robertson, Doris Mays, Beth Knox. And Farm and Manufacturing. Elizabeth Farrow. Interesting. Major expenses, none. Huh. 77, Zach is a Italian guy who would be taking over. They had a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. Go ahead and replaced Ernest Madsen special. Patrick Decker was hired. Eli C. Roottree no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Fellows didn't last long, did she? My word. Oh. $50,000 in 1976. But 50-year work anniversary, so she was knocking on a bit. So maybe Guy didn't have an affair with her, but maybe he did. I don't know. I'm not judging. I'm assuming he liked him young, but we don't know. Guy Hudson took over. Many travel expenses. Edward Ricci, Elizabeth Cravensworth, Gaffer Tunes is now listed as office staff. Albert Cross and Fred Cross no longer employed. Christine Garland no longer Beatrice Watson, Connie Schwartz. Jonathan Cullen, Doris Mays. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only lasted 1 year. That's interesting. Whoa. 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 He was spending so much. Okay, so it's like a revolving door. So many names. What's Zigua? And were these named after his kids, maybe? I mean, maybe not. Grandorf Dove. Oh, we're searching for that. Grandorf School for the Deaf. Okay. Ms. Ford was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Why would they hire an ASL interpreter? Susan Ford Although she might have been interpreting other languages. She speaks 5 languages, including ASL. So maybe then she left to work there and she got paid off because she had a kiddie wink with Guy. Yeah, she's fluent in 5 languages. She's been working at the school for over 15 years. I think that's what's going on there. Because we've not had any information about anyone in the family being deaf. Guy Hudson died in 82. So yeah, so he could have had an affair with her before he died. All of the secretaries most handpicked by Guy Hudson were let go. Yeah, Susan Ford no longer employed. Ennis Madsen Jr. no longer works there. Rehired. They're all gone. Work time temp. The butterscotch one sounds alright. And the sugar plum and the strawberry. Just not the caviar, maybe. Huh. That's a lot of money to be reimbursed for clothes. I haven't spent that much money in my entire life on clothes. Okay. So potentially, so one of these I think is Sarah Ford. That's correct then, that was that. Stephen Garland. And Elizabeth. Elizabeth, wait. We found an Elizabeth. Wait, Christine Garland. Elizabeth Cravensworth. What? Why have I got that as Elizabeth? Christine Garland. No. Christine. What's her surname? Have we got any Christines here knocking about? No, because she was at the farm. Farm and manufacturing. Christine Farrow. Okay. And they had an affair and she got married, and I guess we don't know if those kids were from the affair or from their marriage. Is that how you spell it? P-H-A-R-O-A-H. No. Yeah, Christine Farrow no longer listed, but Christine Garland has been hired. So that was when she got married. But I don't know about her children. Trying to move to Boston. Should look for restaurants in Boston, eh? Still don't know Joanna's name. Oh no, we do. Wait, hang on. We know it. It's in here somewhere. Right? Joanna Robertson. Been looking for that for so long. Cool. So we've got her. Who else have we put in? Is that the only one? Oh no, and Baby Carol. So we need 2 more people before we know if they're right. So, if we think that this is Miracle Rootree, potentially. And then this would be, who was it? Mary Beth, not Clementine. I don't know what her previous name was as the thing. Mary Beth Clementine. She was a singer, a musician. Don't have a photo. That was, what was it? Sterling thingy bob. Sterling Edsel. And then she had kids called Stuart. Who is that one, I think? And he is a police officer. Well, that's 4 people I've put in. 1, 2, 3, 4. But it's not going ding, so something's wrong. And then who's that? Oh, that's the that's him. Presumably. And then that's her. Presumably. Unless this is all a red herring. I guess it must all be a red herring because it's not pinging them in. So maybe they had an affair, but it didn't produce any children, and she did adopt the 2 kids. So I think maybe all that's a red herring. Because none of them are going, ping, yes, you've got it right. So I think, unfortunately, it's not right. Wish there's a way to, like, delete the whole shebang. I'll be annoyed if I have to put them all back in again. I'll tell you that for nothing. But yeah, I think that's all red herring. Apparently there's another photo of him somewhere. Wait, we've got another photo of him there. And that was with... who was that? Oh, that's Chris Rafferty. With someone. Can we work out who that was? It was when he was 5. Do we know when he was born? '75, I guess. So that would be 1980. So that could be Susan Ford. She was still there in 1980. I'm going to guess that that's Susan Ford. And I'm going to guess that Susan Ford was the last affair? Maybe? She's a teacher. She's a head teacher, principal. I'm gonna guess that that's her. And then I've only got 3 people in, so that's why that's not pinging, potentially. Search Susan Ford. Gandalf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for death. Misford. Does that mean that she's divorced? Hudson Wing. Ah. Donation came at the insistence of an employee at Roottree at the time, mentioned that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realising how useful a service this could be to non-deaf people that wished to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Rootree management to invest in the school. Okay, so she was married. So that's fine. So she might have kids. Maybe she's in here. What's her name? Susan? Yeah, Susan Ford. So this is why she would have been hired as an interpreter, presumably, because she spoke maybe French and Chinese and Portuguese. And that would be a good excuse to take her places. There's just so many names. Oh, many names. Maybe we just need to look at Rafa tunes again. Huh. Not relevant to my search. Okay. 10, 250. Okay, so that's not useful. Right, where was it that we were finding the stuff about? An Elizabeth, was it here? No. There was an Elizabeth at the farm. Yeah, one of the farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who worked at... Ah, okay, so that's that. And then there was another Elizabeth. Elias had a secretary named Elizabeth. So that could be her, Beth Knox, right? She'd been there for 50 years. That makes a lot of sense. If this is Beth Knox. Let me search her. If she had like a celebration for being there 50 years, she might have been in the newspaper. No. We're chipping away at it, I think. She'd been there for 70 years, for 50 years. So definitely that could be that. I mean, it could also be that. But it said Elias. Right? Yeah, by Sam Madsen. Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue about another woman. Ernie asked who's Beth. So yeah, Ernie asked who's Beth. So that would be Elias and Gwyneth. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's time for break. I'll see you on the other side. Look at my hole! Yeah, no, we'll... Right. Okay. Are we ready?
Let's timer it, and then we have to run, okay?
Yeah. 3.
We'll timer it to press the button.
2. 1. Okay. Oh! I think that broke me. We both just jumped straight down the hole.
Holy moly. It's after 11. I now. Holy moly, you okay? I have to mentally prepare myself to not say stop. Stop. It just feels like some... Okay. You want to go right now?
Oh, okay. What the... Oh!
Oh, frick! I got it! Oh! Don't worry! I got this! Oh! No, I didn't. I had it for a second. I was climbing up it. Oh, that was amazing. Damn it. Damn it.
I mean...
Alright.
I'm gonna have to look at your... Oh, John Watson, get out my way. Get out my way. John, get that way. That way, please. That way. Yep, forward. No. Ah. Oh. Oh. Oh.
May I ask for your assistance?
Don't remind me of anything.
No, I just want you to move out the way. No.
Truly, a change of scenery does wonders for one's constitution. I feel invigorated.
Me. How long ago? Where's my cat? I've never seen that before. Tell me when. Oh, you didn't run. You said we were running and jumping, and then you stopped. Right, what we're doing? Is there anything more here? Still 2 things here. I don't know if maybe he actually is a root tree then. Maybe not. I'm asking the duck. I know I have a photo of Stephanie's baby. I've put that in. Yeah. 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 I've done that. Pretty sure. Stupid duck. Oh, I haven't put in that she's a baby. Because I'm an idiot. She doesn't have a job. She's a baby. Right, duck, give me something useful. Did it? Yes, it did. Right. The old rugged cross. Yeah, but Mary Beth Quaker. Okay. But do I care? Because I thought I decided that she wasn't important. I don't know. No. So maybe it is her there. She'd look into Mary Beth's children. How? As both of their first... Does it? Yes, it does. No, yes, I know that. Yeah. So... yeah, maybe I just Google them. Stuart. Yeah, and what about Mark? Oh, here we go. The Basket Baby of 1950. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, and he's got children. Maybe it is them then. Maybe I just got the information wrong. Someone left her the baby on her doorstep in a basket. Yeah, that's not what happened though, right? I don't think that's what happens. I think Mark is a... Who's it? Right, so I'm putting them all back in. I'm putting them all back in. It was him. Said I'd be annoyed if I have to put them all back in. I'm kind of not annoyed, because we're filling in info. I got her right as well. Yes! Booyah! So, it's because she wasn't Clementine, was she? She was Mary Beth Quaker. And she was a musician. Or still is. I don't know. And then this was something beginning with a S. Sterling. Hi K-Wolf, I'm putting these people back in because it turns out it was them. It was the preacher. We were right all along. I just got all the information about all the people wrong. Not Edison, Edsel. It was him. Look, he's looked in now. And that's him. And then... Did I get those the right way around? Oh, hello. No, it's not there. It's in the photo. Stuart's the older boy wearing the vest. Oh, of course he's a hypocrite. I mean, we can tell that by looking at him, right? Stuart. Clementine. And he is a police officer. He is that guy, but also that guy. So the story behind him that we've literally just found out is that Mary Beth Clementine said that he was left on her doorstep in a basket. And so she just decided to adopt him. Clearly, that's not what happened. I believe he was adopted. But I think he's his kid. What's his job? He's a criminal is what he is. Yeah, he's in prison. Is criminal? I say no. So I mean, he sounds like a bit of a baby, but I don't think that counts. I mean, an illegal reptile smuggler who's a pilot. I guess we put that in. Okay. And he got married and had kids. It said that. Billy Sims. Sunstone Canyon High School. Every news organization. Okay. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "So you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "Alright, sir, I guess we have a problem." Nice. Good on him. So... nothing relevant. Oh, that's Business Watch. Okay, so it's not telling us anything other than what we already know. Not much information in it. But then we don't know what his daughter's name is. Okay, but we are getting somewhere. Oh, we know her name. Regina Salazar. That's a cool name. Oh. Oh. There we go. But we don't know his spouse's name, or their kids' names, or the kids' names. But we're getting there, and I think he is definitely offspring of Miracle. We haven't got court records. I don't think. Got periodicals. And we've got... I mean, that might be in there. Here we go. Ah! Carla. Sim's wife, Carla. Colleen Webb. Colleen Webb. Okay. She worked at an airport newsstand. He was a drinker, would have wild mood swings. When he lost his job, they divorced. She was pregnant with their second daughter. She left him, moved to San Diego to live with her sister, and told our oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself. And though she never went to the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that no one would connect them to it. But what's their names? What is their names? I don't know how that's helpful to me. I mean, it's helpful in that I now know her name. Aha. Tostarito Jacobson. That's a name. Mary was graduating. Okay, so was that's the younger daughter, I think. Let me look up Tostarito Jacobson before I... Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. I don't know how that's useful to me. Unless that's his daughter. I mean, it could be, right? If that's Mary... and... I guess if her name's not legally changed? It's her birth name that's wanted, isn't it? Yeah, surname's from birth. And then... Tostarito... Lucinda... Or Lucy? Jacobson? No. Okay, so it's not her. Well, yeah, but she was Mary Clementine before they got divorced. before Colleen Webb divorced Mark Clementine. So I think it wants Mary Clementine. She can't be Lucy though. Oh, she could be Lucy Clement, but then he can't be Jacob's son. So I guess it's maybe someone he had an affair with or something. Rather than his daughter. I guess. Because I can't put her in. Lucinda wasn't in the list. We could search for... Aha! Web on the web. She's a travel agent. Spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in haunted hotel rooms. And fans of boy bands. She talks about trips she's personally taken. Blah blah blah. It's a picture of Mary. Excellent. I did want to see whether was she the oldest or the youngest. Just his daughter's graduation. Don't know. Corporate composition photography, you say? Val, former head from corporate composition photography. Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. Okay, Telephoto. Val, what? The former head photographer from corporate composition photography. You right there, Yeeks? LBP. Loads, bras and panties. Maybe that. Fog? Second sweat spin valley called Fog. I mean, that sounds fun. I want to play that. It is remarkable how Forg bears no resemblance to any other game that has ever been released, past or present. Alright. Maybe it does exist. Ah, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Cam Lincoln. So it's Val Lincoln. Haha. So, I would guess in that case... Don't know who that is. Lisa Clementine. There we go. There we go. So Lisa Clementine married Val Lincoln. I guess. Or maybe Mary married him. Yeah, no, they got married. Okay, so Lisa Clementine, she's a soldier, military. That's 4 people though. Spouse is Val Lincoln. So maybe we do put them as Webb. Nope, that hasn't done it either. And then this one would be this little chap, and that's Cam. He's a baby. Oh, okay, so I've got something wrong somewhere, because that was 5? Very cute, baby. Booyah! Oh. Hello.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My
I
family's in a bit of
literally
a
didn't
rough
do anything.
patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision.
I keep telling you, my guy, I couldn't care less. I'm just enjoying doing the family tree.
The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth.
Just sort it out. It's nothing to do with me.
I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune.
I mean, I'll have it if you want.
Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another.
We are part-time therapists. He owes me more money for... He knocks on my door. He opens it before I even get there. I'm just like standing in my lounge talking to him from a distance. And he just trauma dumps all this on me. I'm like, just go away. I'm enjoying myself with your family tree. I'll call you when I'm done. How's about that?
If you keep passing along potential root trees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
No way, my dude. That's sci-fi shit. I don't believe that.
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
DN what now? I think he's completely lost it. He's eaten too much candy. Is what's happened there. I don't know what he's talking about. Right, so you are not... Maybe you are Lisa Webb then. And are you an author technically? No, you're a travel agent. I remember. But you didn't... maybe it's the other way around, but I don't think so. Oh yeah, yeah, I know, it's 1999. So yeah, it was a new thing. Okay. So, we need those missing pages from Piketty, and I don't know how we get them. Still stuff in the company records. Family Man. Notable events, there's still something. Have we googled Elias Roottree recently? Yes, because we got the... farm and Bess Williams' book. The Roottree Rift. Googled Sam Madsen recently. Indecisionitis. A woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-through speaker, then after pulling forward she changed her mind at the window asking to switch to number 3, and then she was complaining she didn't receive her number 5. It's recently been found to severely hinder the leads of large corporations. A bald man in silhouette with a voice change saying, I'm not comfortable in sharing who I am, but I'm comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my jit together. Okay, I don't think any of that is helpful. Yeah. Duck time again, folks. Yeah, I know. Yes. search. Okay, did I not do that? I thought I did that. Maybe I just searched the internet as a whole, not that place. I mean, I definitely looked it up somewhere. I'll just look it up again, shall I? Oh, it's there. Found it! Michelle Zimmer. He was sued by Steve Garland. For why? Gourmet for the groovy. He's been giving lessons from his home kitchen. Local author sued by former Butler County residents. A local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales. Recipes are hard to copyright. Garland accompanied each recipe with short fiction about how he learned it. These stories were found word for word. Okay, so we can find that. Kitchen Tales, Mark Zimmer. Garnishing the Truth. Did I spell it wrong? Recipes are... It's credited to Garland and Zimmer. And the duo appeared to promote it on a... So maybe... There we go. James and Robert. His kids are called James and Robert. Don't know where they are. Here. You're amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher, so they're both chefs. And to Mark Zimmer, you proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. First met Stephen when he taught cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling it in court, we settled it at McCarran's brewhouse over a game of darts. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's rare to meet your best friends late in life. When I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we can hang out. So if you're browsing this book in the bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Okay. Weird. James Garland. Robert. No. We got somewhere though. Garnishing the truth, Stevie G. His kids joined Friday. Huh. Only serves vegetables. My Boston homepage. Sorting chef's signature. So, that's what we want. Friday. Ha ha ha! Friday's signature is the samosa cone. That doesn't sound appetizing? Question mark. James and Robert Garland's. Small walk-up window in Boston called Friday. And play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear. Serves exclusively vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream complete with waffle pattern. Instead it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots and a special ginger-based sauce. Robert, who's 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. So is that Robert and that James then? Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef and my mother grew up in a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could talk. But they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. When we moved, we were looking to open their own... Oh, when we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. However, unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary. Okay. So, she was a secretary. You were right, K-Wolf. And then... I think that's the right way around, maybe, but it's not pinging, so I don't know. I don't know if you're Webb or Clementine. Where were we? Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his day off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favourite memories since we were all together. Mum always had an eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents who are now retired visit Friday often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mum's favourite. My dad always has the stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realise it's Sistine Chapel pan and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Oh. Okay, but which way round do they go, and why are there 3 clues from here? Oh yeah, Mum's job, yeah. You are correct. I don't know if I've got them the right way around though. Said sous chef's jacket, and that's a chef's jacket. But who knows? And I don't know I guess it wants Clementine as their surnames. Maybe they go the other way round, but it definitely said that Val was marrying Lisa. I don't know. Oh, we've got his other photo. But something's wrong there. Because it's not pinging. Maybe Lisa Clementine's not in the military anymore. Doesn't say. It says Lisa Clementine, which is interesting because it says she goes by Webb. Nothing. Yeah. Nothing. We had some stuff about Val Lincoln though. I feel like we've got everything we can get from there. Lisa Lincoln, you are right. What would I do without you, K-Wolf? So she's a professor. Okay. There we go. Booyah! Right, so that's done then. We know all about what Miracle's been up to. Okay. Fuck knows what all this is going on. I don't know what's going on here either. I don't know how to know what's going on there. Or here. This is just so much. It's nice that she's there. Yeah. The missing issue. It did. Conspiracy theorists. We did encounter a Rootree related conspiracy theory. So, what was that related to? How did we get to that? What did we search for to get the conspiracy theories? I did not find that. Oh, I did find that. Oh, it was the curse. During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. The recent uprising Rootree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involved the Rootree deaths being faked. Statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who've died in the family, the odds of them are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. I mean, everyone dies eventually. So... Guy's not dead theory. The belief that Ron Rootree is still in charge, Gwyn Rootree's death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. The rapper 5Ps. I forgot about 5Ps. He can't possibly be a Rootree. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Yeah, but to be fair, I don't think he knew he was a Rootree then, did he? The author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Marsden is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. People don't do that. Who does that? Who does that? Claims that 6 Pieces was Long Rootree's book as a one-time pad. He's begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher here seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the word people and vastness. Yeah, because you can make anything mean anything if you try hard enough, my dude. That's just that. The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on the clues that the Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers, in print advertisements and television commercials in their jingles. Why would they do that? If you're involved in a conspiracy, you don't leave hints everywhere. That's not how these things work. You try and hide it. You don't put hints in places. If you're finding hints, it's obviously not true. This goes for anything, by the way. If you're out there thinking, oh, look, the government's leaving hints for me to find. No, they're not. They're not. They're not. No one is. The story according to the website is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Rootree company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favour of customers, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. The move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorised that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who ran the site are asking for help. They're certain there's a clue to all this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Picotee. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover and the interview with... Oh, we've got it! We've got it! Ho ho! I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, last night. There's a guy I liked. I was just coming off the Change Man, was looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognised me for my work. Oh, excuse me. None of the stuff that made him sound interesting was Lad's Day. Chop chop snip snip, anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Rootree. Second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women, but he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Rootree was boring as hell and all about family, was he now? Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Rootree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Remember fancy flavours? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavour, so that's what Guy tried to do. But caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Rootree Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. Right, we'll search for that. How come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-81, months after I'd already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big shiny embossed letters. Like old problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good, imported steaks that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last it ever came up. So that was her. I haven't read the book. I just skimmed the sections on Guide to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumours, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Rootree Brazil. But I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France and China too. When he met with someone, I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I'll only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I'd said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any woman that found him charming. I assure you, that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. I mean, fair play to them. If they're both happy, fair play. Right, I swear these hours are flying by because it's time for more ads. So, I'll see you in a couple of minutes, I guess.
What's a good one-syllable word that rhymes with song? Now, let's keep it clean, please. All right. One more time, everybody.
I'm gonna wait for the next wing, I guess. Yep. Oh, okay. There's jumps that we have to do over it too. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Me narrating all the time because I'm just used to it. Narrating everything I see.
That's good. It means I don't have to talk as much.
Hey, stop falling! Stop.
Yeah, stop falling. I mean, I could. that funny?
The Venatorian power is on the rise, and this part's mine.
You're not keeping that relic.
You won't be releasing any more demons.
And you're the smuggler. I know you. You're part of the Threat Crime Syndicate. Smuggling, sure. But
Oh man, that was
Lyria,
funny.
working with Venatori.
You
It's
just
not your
went.
style.
Here they are. My son.
Don't think Dan's ready yet, but no. Oh. That was a real life jump scare, that was. Blimey. Let's hope they're not slippy. Right, do not touch the laser.
Okay, these. I was just about to say, these get lasers bad. Okay, you want to hop over
They're-
first and then
they're
I'll
very
follow you,
bad.
or vice versa?
Oi!
Oh, what the hell was that?
I touched the laser.
Alright. Let's try this bone way. That looks like a shortcut.
Hang on. I need to count another fall.
That was so.
As planned.
What's happened to Mayor Saxabar?
Sighing deeply, Chief Gretzky clarifies, Mayor Saxabar. There's no such thing in vaudeville. You must be confused, detective.
I'm very
Saxabar
confused.
Is just a circus man, nothing more.
You told me I had to investigate the murder of Mayor Saxabar. That's what. Right. Roottrees, Brazil. Roottrees, Brazil seems to be a success. Brazil was the only region in which caviar flavoured 5 pieces were a hit. A small town named Alva Lagos, near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company, after a newly elected politician named Edson Soares heard they were planning a new factory and petitioned them. The local factory was controversial, locals didn't want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it's been operating relatively smoothly, except for 2 incidents. The Incendio de Bordo. That was a fire. And a strike that involved all of the factory workers being replaced. Ouch. The factory was originally built and run by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brasil, which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Okay, so there's a few things to look at here. Maple fire. The factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. The fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor. Locals claimed the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. It's unknown what happened, but last year a news special did list this incident, as well as a few others in the small town, as a backlash to perceived government corruption. Okay, so we need to look up this mayor chap, I guess. Edson Soares was a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by college students as part of their PhD in history. Focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. Seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. Edson is former mayor of Alva Lagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manufacturer of an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of the place by military government. He established factories, distribution plants, blah, 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 blah. Many locals were forcibly relocated. This is not making popular, really. His wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on his local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988 when he was defeated. It's not known where he's gone. Sonia. Flavio Suarez. Hello. A young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. Seems the women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim through some of the tales there and learn a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture entirely. He's 18, he's Libra, Gold State, his mother name is Sonia, Flavio translates to golden haired. Is he one of the kids? I mean, it seems about right that he would be. Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing and jewellery. Wearing fur, dating young Brazilian news anchor. Okay. We're getting information. So, we got this photo. Ha. That's Cicely Sanchez then. I guess. That's, I think that's Zach, right? Okay. And then this one. Are they the Suarezes? Those are the Suarezes. That's gotta be Sonia Suarez, right? So I don't know. I guess that must be here, because she was married. But I don't know what her maiden name was. Edson Suarez. And then this would be Flavio Suarez. And he is a... What did it say he is? A newscaster. So a journalist? News anchor. And we've got a photo of him, apparently. Well, yes, we have. Okay, and then... But what's Sonia Suarez's maiden name, I wonder? Wait, there might be stuff about Flavio in some of this teen nonsense, right? Haha. I was in Rio for the carnival. He was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and I told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realised we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Transmiss Sao Paulo. Sonia Alves. Nia Alves. Alves. And she is a what? What is she? A CEO, I guess? Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses. She continued to work in television. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. The page about Nia lists her as unmarried, does not go into any other relationship history. So we could look for Nia Alves. It's just going to bring that up. Okay. CEO. That's his girlfriend. Her son's girlfriend. Guess she's the CEO. Don't know what else. Media mogul is what she is. Okay. So I'm pretty happy with those. We need more pictures of him though, don't we? Wait, we had another picture of him. There we go. And there was... So we've got her in the background. Cicely was provided with these photos. So that's the secretary. Maybe. And I don't know who that is. Could be. Or it could be her. Could that be her? I mean, it could be. She looks like she's got quite dark skin there and quite light skin there, but it could just be the lighting, I guess. Do you not think so? I might leave it there because it doesn't particularly matter at the moment. It might be the other affair. It might be this person. But that might be this person. We don't know. Right. There's nothing else. Right, what have we still got? So much stuff. Right, there's still one thing in here. Seems to be focusing on Raina as well. We've had that already. Nothing relevant. Nothing relevant. An expose on the pilot and co-pilot. The co-pilot was on pharmaceuticals. Paracetamol. Okay, nothing relevant there. Okay. And then that from ages ago. Okay. I think it's duck time. Have you looked into the global initiatives? I was trying to. Roottrees Brazil. Roottrees Everywhere initiative. Okay. I mean, if you want to see a streamer get shot in the head live. No, I'm sure Boeing don't do things like that. Wouldn't happen. No, no, no. Roottrees was an expansion in the late 70s. Mixed success. Australia, Brazil, China and France. Roottrees Oz, Roottrees Brazil. Okay, so let's look up some of these. Roottrees Oz. Charles Martin owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia. Was tapped to run the Roottrees family factory after he impressed the American leadership. Martin's licorice bullets. Profits of the Roottrees Oz would be split 50-50 between American Roottrees and Martin. Made him very wealthy. Gained a poor reputation. Robin Martin. Hang on, we've heard about Robin somewhere. That's who the other affair was with, I think. Or another affair. He had a bajillion affairs. She owns a private island. Nice. She had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. Okay. So. Probably. She isn't relevant to our investigation. I say probably, who knows? China Roottrees. Lang Hongbo. Didn't wish to import the ingredients, so they imported bulk and packaged Roottrees candy and labelled it not only for China but for additional markets. Okay. Here we go. She might be one. Lang Xinyu. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I don't know how you pronounce Chinese names. If anyone knows, let me know. Article entitled Empowered is about this. Due to a lack of brothers, Lang Xinyu took over CEO of her family's company after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company. Xinyu. Okay. Due to mental deterioration. Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Huh. And we've got a picture, have we though? I mean, maybe. Tran quilts. Cool. Piece of Asia. Jerry and Linda Han. Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Xinyao. So that would be the sister, I guess. Because wasn't it Xin Yu? Yes. Okay. So potentially yes. But let's look up France as well. Roottrees France was non-starter. Tristan Roberts. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I've ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He kept insisting this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no. I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn that he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. Pokemon, gotta birth them all. So, we think that's her. Xinyu Lang. She's a CEO. Ha ha! It was her! Booyah! She just had a bit of a tan because they were in Brazil.
Hey there, it's us.
Hi.
So, I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
I know. I'm awesome.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up.
Sounds like a you problem, my dude.
They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
So you've just come here to say, hi, we're going to make your job harder now. Hope that's okay. Bye-bye. Right, so we don't know who that kid is, but I guess it's the IVF kid. Presumably. We don't know who her kids are. Or who her husband is. Was. And we don't know anything about what's going on here. So. Let's... Yeah. Is that how you spell it? We had the sister's name somewhere. Somewhere. Is it here? Jerry, Linda and Mark Han appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy, hanging with the Hands. Jerry and Linda were born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. After expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage as long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the US, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposite though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with our sister. Our niece, who grew up here, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out as soon as she graduated. It's Lucy. Robotics website is part of Team Talonclaw. And the Gin and Tonics. And Corporate Synergistic Solutions. Unlimited. I don't know. Doesn't seem relevant. It said after she graduated though, right? So is it just me or is Corporate Synergistic Solutions Unlimited the most nothing business name ever? Business Watch magazine. Business Watch magazine. Lucy Lang. Oh, she grew up in a small Arkansas town. Okay, so that's not her then. Maybe Modern Music Monthly. Yeah. So it can't be that one. I mean, it could be that one. Did it say where in the US she moved to? No. The school's newspaper. That might be worth looking up if we can. Haha, Hedewald. There we go. There we go. She grew up in China as Min Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. She grew up around factory-scale machines that assemble products that would be shipped all over the world, and moving parts and automation fascinated her. However, as she progressed through her major, she's become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closes Talon-Claw's weapon. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is a Southern Belle, but her favourite is a Valley Girl due to its use in popular culture. I think we've got it. And there she do be. So she's Min Lang. Min Lang. And she is a student. Cool. We don't know who her kids are though, or who her husband is. We need to find out more about Susan Ford. Someone called her Suze. I think. Where was she? was the school, wasn't it? There. Do you think it's duck time? I don't know how we find anything about you. Duck. I like these things. What? Yeah, do you think? That is literally what I was trying to do. Oh, there we go. Why didn't it find that when I searched for Grandorf? God damn it. Centre of a crime article. Someone defaced the school and vehicles outside the brand new Hudson wing. Multiple broken windows. One of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. I wonder who that was. Thomas Hughes. The destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. Mr. Hughes was convinced he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. There we go. Thomas Hughes. Thomas Hughes. Hughes. Okay. He was released on bail. Schools agreed not to press criminal charges. So, Susan Hughes. No. Well, okay, so we got that. I don't know how that helps us. But we know that they had children. We don't know what their children's names are. Duck, help me some more. The school did change its name. That is true. Where was it? Grandorf done. Dove. Hmm. It's renamed to better represent the school's purpose. The Grandorf School for the Deaf. Okay, so that's what it's called now. Whoops. There we go. The Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. The mother, Miss Susie Ford, who is a principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. When she didn't have any twins attending the school, she asked if her daughters Melissa and Heather. They couldn't be more different. My youngest, we call her that even though it's only by about 15 minutes, is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing at a local production of As Is Their Life After High School this year. So we've got a picture of them. We don't know which one's which. Oh, she's got an inhaler, so she's the oldest. And she's got an EpiPen, so she's the youngest, but we don't know the names of the oldest versus the youngest. And they're both students. Tell you what, if this guy is still alive, he's got a lot of child support to pay, hasn't he? If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jamie Johnson was in musical theatre for 4 years of high school. Is that the person who made this game? There's one song that has somewhat surpassed popularity of the rest of the musical called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend the Barry Manilow version. If you've heard the song before, it's likely that cover. The musical deals entirely with traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about the formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. You're breaking the fourth wall, my dude. I've always thought of it somewhat ironic that they have high school theatre clubs perform it, though. Anyways, the keyword in that Butler County Times article was local. Okay, so what you're telling me is I should be looking here for that. Heather. So Heather is the one with asthma, and Melissa is the other one. Heather Ford. Melissa Ford. Okay. So, we've only got this to go, and I don't know how we do this. We're running out of stuff here, look. So there's 2 pieces of information here, I guess because they're not done yet. So it's this here. Yeah, so Beth Knox, it would be. Is this telling me I need to look at the Business Watch thing about Elias? No. It's nothing new. Duck, help me, Duck. Bess Williams. Bocadora Library. Bocadora Library? Ah. Statue of an unknown author. Cuba by Cubans. So is that her? Apparently not. Duck. The newspaper, the Miami Sunday. Miami Sunday Mercury. I mean, if anyone was going to do it, Guy would do that, surely. It's fine. Do not apologise, K-Wolf. We were all thinking it. How is that useful to me, Duck? Ah, the Miami Mercury. is available. No, what the duck said's gone now. The duck said, look at the, said a newspaper was mentioned, look that up. It still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Look, I don't know. I don't know, game. I'm clutching at straws here. Duck, what do you want me to look up with the Miami Mercury? Bess Williams, okay. Okay, Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance. Wildcat Construction. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941 a construction worker and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company, focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans, who are often able to provide insight into their husband's needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It's gotten to the point where Frank bids on a project, the other local companies have decided to step back and let the soldiers handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now we're rooting for them. Okay, so Frank Williams. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. Barely remember his mother, no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company, blah, 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 blah. He married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Nice. And he's got 2 daughters, Barb and Sharon. Okay, so that must be him. Because he's got 3 kids. Or she's got 3 kids. So, Frank Williams. And he is I don't know what he is. I mean, I know what he is. CEO? Yeah, I guess he's the CEO. Yeah. And Ophelia Williams. Or, wait, is construction? That's not doing anything. Maybe that's not him then. Why would his surname be Williams? Wait, he was born an orphan. He grew up an orphan, so maybe that's him. No, because he had 2 daughters. 2. So this person had 2. 1 daughter and then adopted their granddaughter or son. Barb and Sharon. Barb Williams. Overcoming adversity. The Kikua Falls Gazette. Weird. Very weird. Greta Jones, maybe? Yeah. What county did it say? Benton. Yeah. Oh, another hour has flown by. It's time for another break. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Do you want to hear a joke? It's not a very good joke. Did you hear about the man who ate his pillow in his sleep? He woke up feeling a bit down in the mouth. What do you do? Oh, yes! Disables the effect of every boss blind. I love you. I love you, Chico. I do. I love you, Chico. I do. I love you, Chico. I do. Oh, Chico, I love you. Oh, okay, so that's delicate. I need to sponge that, probably. Oh. It's one way of doing it. No.
I like that you're eating the shark dinner. I'm just eating like rotten old meat that we had. It's not rotten, it's just grilled steak
It's
from
not
old. It's
rotten! Hey!
It's good. It's alright.
I
no shark dinner.
slaved over that!
Yeah, and I appreciate the slavery, but, you know.
I appreciate the slavery.
The slavery.
As well as a chance to be of service past my allotted years. But there are considerations.
Would that make Manfred son of a lich?
Come, we have flowers to gather for the dead.
Okay.
There's tunnels everywhere. Who would dig thee? A perfect rain. Nature or magic?
I love how they just all exploded. And then just got up as if it was nothing. I don't think Panon even noticed.
Pretty,
Funny.
but it doesn't do much.
Try that now.
I'm dead.
Oh. Where did the bed go?
It got blown up because I picked it up and then
Oh my fucking god! Right, can we move away from this island, please?
This one's...
Yeah, let's find the other sister. Sharon. No. Well, that went well, didn't it? Miami? Oh, Effingham County. Okay, cool. Greta Flores. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find. She has a website for accomplishments. She's an MC for an all-female speaking tour. Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mother and Daughters of the Earth. 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. Copy. No, that. 25 Stories of Sisterhood. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. We are getting somewhere. My sister Sherry was a brat, always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking, even ran away from home, only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic, creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. What's the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education? Different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference between because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in a nice part of town. He went to the good school. But to a teenage girl, it found like a fairy tale. But there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final nights he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again. And when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Barbie uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, and I wasn't wrong. But she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realise that beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brats that kept me blind to the truth. And I'd like to say that it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. We do have that first generation. So, this is her. She is Barbara. What was the surname? Williams. And then the kid is Sharon Williams. Cool. So it's 5 clues on here. It's, what is it? Sherry's hair? Sherry's hair. Sherry Yazdemski. Her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. Okay. Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest Tony gets the short end of the stick. And Cricket York is near the end. Right, hang on. So, you are Cricket's York. So you would be Phil. No, Pete. York. I assume that would be the first marriage and that would be the second marriage, would it? Or would it be... I don't know. Library. A grandchild gives a review. What? What? No. No, none of those people are the grandchildren. It was just through Greta Jones that we found out more information on Barb Williams. guess we look for Cricket York. Her agent recommended she change her name to York since it was easier to pronounce. Oh, so actually her name is that. That. Okay. Children's show filmed at a studio in Orlando, Florida. So it's basically Sesame Street. Okay, so we've got a picture of Cricket. Lovely. Can I not? Oh, that's sad. Do I put her as an actress, an actor then? Yes. Ooh. Is that not a Polish name, or was my pronunciation bad? Jastrzębski. Booyah! Oh, we didn't put her thing in. She is a public speaker. Okay, so then we've got, was it Tony and Mark? Anthony then. We don't know the surname. And Mark with a curly K. And we don't know the surname. Okay, an Americanization of a Polish name. Jastrzębski. Jastrzębski. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so if the Little League team's nationally recognized, we should be able to find him. Let's look up. Wait, maybe it's Peter. No. That's just that. No. Animal rescue. Yeah, they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. So maybe it'd be in there. No. Oh. Bess Williams had a child who was orphaned and worked closely with Elias on his book. What? I missed all that. Where was that? Oh, right, yeah. Wait. Right? But it said she was Knox. Maybe she wasn't a secretary. Where was the thing? Someone called Williams. It's Beth Knox. Or Elizabeth Cravensworth. But yeah, Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. Yeah, maybe. I'm just... because that's correct. She's an author. Maybe that's what I had wrong. We need a picture of Sharon Williams. And we need to know what his name was. They're both students. don't know how to find this. Duck, help me, duck. Yeah. 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 I did that. Should it be Bess? Bess Williams. Alright, Duck, what else? Vic Elmsworth. Definitely getting to the stage where my brain's running out of juice. Okay. Kiki Waffles Gazette. Bob Williams Motivational Show. Bob's talk was at a very large church. Clear she was an expert in matching the presentation of a concept for any particular crowd. She received a standing ovation. Started with a story about loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into space where once there was light. Because light could never return exactly how it was, she says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. Her son-in-law and Lanes Across America charity. Ha-ha! Okay. So that's the charity. There we go. Drew Smith. Drew Smith. His name was Drew Smith. Drew Smith. So yeah, Smith. Yeah, Smith. Cool. And you're Drew Smith, I guess. Is there a Drew or is it just Andrew? It's Andrew. Okay, just checking. LAA, formerly LAM, was founded after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since, Lanes Across America has grown. They now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami. Okay. Would it be Lanes Across Miami? Yeah, uncropped photo of the wedding party. Nice. Haha. So presumably that's Sharon. That's probably the older sister, and that would be Peter, I'm guessing. Because they were college roommates. But I can't put her photo in yet. Okay. She is a hairdresser. We're nearly there, guys. We're nearly there. We could do with another photo of Cricket. Paid for by donations. Oh, nice. They provide tutoring for the actors and actresses. Nice. Haha, Cricket and her brothers. Yes. I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate to You logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on. Nice. Yes. Are we done? Not quite. Booyah! Oh, hello.
Hi again.
You two again?
I know you probably thought you were done.
Well, no, because the little progress bar said I still had 2 left to do, and there's that whole secret envelope thing, so I didn't think I was
But
done.
it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Oh, do you think?
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Do you two want to stop being cryptic and just spit it out?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Just spit it out, goddammit. I've told you before, I don't care. I just want to have fun doing the family tree.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's. Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since
Does
her
it not
DNA is
match?
closest to Guy's.
Does it not match?
But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the
No,
first
that's
place.
suspicious.
She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Rootree,
or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Oh, God. Which people in the dotted boxes are legitimate Roottrees, which are not legitimate Roottrees, and which are too ambiguous? Some of Ruby Spratt's behaviours in the past have been cast in doubt. Okay. So, for starters, Did Ruby have an affair? Ruby's the lawyer who is... So I was suspicious of Ruby from the start because Ruby said that there were problems with the legal document that said who was going to inherit what and blah, 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 blah. And wanted to change it. 13 possible Roottrees left to identify. So, I think... Who was it that had someone left on their doorstep? Was it you? No, it was you. So I think you are not a Rootree. Oh, I need to find... It's there. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart, right? What do you mean I haven't found this clue yet? I don't think he's a Rootree. What, does that mean I'm wrong? Oh no, it's just marking what I think. Okay, gotcha. I'm just trying to put in, so I think you are. But there's more clues. Wait. This must be somewhere. Oh! Hey! Helen Roottree and Lucinda Jacobson. Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottree, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Helen Roottree was quoted as saying, "Jesus forgives and so do we." Ah. Okay. So that's another link with there. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I think, but yeah, so I think there's definitely something. I think that's Ruby. And I think that's why Ruby... Oh, what was the... I swear I searched for them at some point. There we go. Ruby Sprat. Ah. A magazine owned by a major airline. She grew up in foster care. maybe she's the kid. What's the surname? Spratt. Ah. Oh, I've already read this once. Ruby approached the Roottrees after the Roottree Rift, but before RoottreeMania. See, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound. There would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. Family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. It's dodgy. It's very dodgy. And she was trying to stop Cicely from showing the photos of Guy having all his affairs. So I think that Ruby goes here. We know you're a Roottree because of the DNA test. There's so many clues I haven't found. Oh my god. I thought I was doing alright at this game. I found everything in here apart from there's one thing in here that I haven't found yet. So maybe Jane Doe Roottree is the DNA test orchestrated by lawyers on both sides proved that her daughter wasn't a Roottree. I mean, could be. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. No, so I think Ruby was stopping it from happening. Yeah, she's already been eliminated as a potential new Roottree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Ooh, there's something. There's something going on there. Hello. No, not duck. Hard face with daughter. She was to remain anonymous. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period where many of the secretaries that had worked under Zack Morden had already gone. She and the other woman were both underqualified. Neither had typewriter experience. The guy had his own requirements. She slept with him after one of these parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming. She assumed things had run her course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her father's daughter walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Time, she realised that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottrees company at the same time as 5P's mother Joanna, the stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Joanna was telling the truth right away. Okay, so I had lists of who was when, right? Let's go back to, hang on. She and another woman, and let me copy all that. And that. Okay, and then we'll have a look at this. Christine Garland was hired. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz and Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing. Maybe these were payments to kids rather than flavour development. Wait, no, whoops. Linda Lewis was hired twice, what? Corinne Schwartz and Beatrice Watts were sacked. They were sacked. So it's got to be one of these four, I think. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymum were hassling her. She really had to take a leave of absence. People showed up to the... Okay, so she is not Anonymum. But if people were looking at her... Maybe it's got to be Beatrice Watts then, if people were harassing Corinne Schwartz. Maybe this has got something on Anonymum. Huh. Anonymum worked at a manager department store. Her daughter's name was Courtney May. They said the woman vouched for her famous cover story. The woman that vouched is Corinne S. And she'd filed for bankruptcy. Courtney May. There we go. One of only a few hundred people who's visited it. She's not shy about claiming she's Jane Doe Roottrees. As proof, she's posted an unobscured cover from the time she's featured on Newstime, as well as a different photo of herself that appears to be a wedding photo. The website seems to be created in defence of her mother, who's been the target of public scrutiny. Everyone has everything wrong. My mum approached the Roottrees before 5Ps was ever on the cover of Newstime. Nobody at Roottree Company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV and in magazines. The court has scanned a letter from the Ruby Legal Group to Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. In very polite legal terms, it seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders her to leave the Roottrees alone. It's dated from a few weeks before the 5Ps article appeared in Newstime and seems legitimate. Do you know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell our story? My mum didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying because her story was just like 5Ps, but my mum's story was first. Mum was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell Newstime that seeing 5Ps on the cover was what inspired her to go public. That's the only way Newstime would agree to it and help her get her on TV, but it's not true. Our story was first. My mum is amazing. She's the nicest woman in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I got a degree in nursing, so I learned all about DNA in college, but I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Mum is 100% confident there's no one else who could be the father. Either they did the test wrong or DNA is complete BS. She is not a liar. Well. Wellity, wellity, wellity. So, do we think that's these people then? Retail. Courtney May Watts. Nurse. And then what did you say her husband's name was? Newton. And her husband's name is Oh yes, you're right. You are right. You are right. Danny. Why have I still got their, like, wedding photos? Because that's her, right? Ah, because there, I guess. Oh, and yeah. There. Okay. So, yeah, that was Jane Doe. That's her. So, I think she is a Rootree. Oh, there's one that we haven't found yet. So much we haven't found yet. I'm going to ask the duck to help me find some more information. A group that could be worth looking into. Oh, yes. Ryan and Cork. We've got the scan of the test results. Okay. The test says there was virtually no chance. It lists that DNA from Jane Doe was tested against the DNA of Bonnie Kellogg Nee Hudson. I mean, that's a lie, right? Because it wasn't Bonnie Kellogg's hair. Yeah. So, I think you are a blood relative. He definitely is because there was a DNA test. Still a photo of him we haven't found. Right, is there anyone else we're sure about? Him? I think we must be sure about her as well, because she's not married. Right? We've got clues we haven't found. Got clues we haven't found. We found all of their clues. I think they're pretty likely to be Roottrees. Duck! Ah, the company that ran the test. Ooh. Dynatico. so they've got Felix's hair. Oh, but they tested Felix's hair versus a hair. Ah. Wait. So, hang on. So, this is 15, 16, 15, 16, 9, 11, 12, 6, 8, 10, 10, whoops. This has got different numbers. That was 15, 16. So that is not, definitely not the same person that they tested. Oh my god, how has another hour gone by? It's time for another break, folks. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Trying to put my stuff on my turtle. Let's go back the way we came. Did my character just shush me?
It appears that the key should be bent to the right.
A one key, if you will. That's pretty. There be cones. Ah! Oh! Okay, well that's new. Ha ha ha! Have I broken the game? Like 3 seconds in.
You like, let's say you had to go, and I was just like, okay, we need to keep playing. I yank you here. Then can I yank you up? You get some fairly impressive yanks here.
Do you want me to start moving now, or Okay, yep, just drag me off.
I was just seeing how far I could go. I was just curious. Because I was like, can I just keep doing this? I was like, does it end?
Listen, we already have you, and you're great.
I am great.
We're trying to kill
That's
gods,
true.
Harding.
Woo! We're not dead! Ah! Oh, we're dead.
It was 3 minutes to 8, and a man wearing a trench coat and fedora appeared out of nowhere and shot you in cold blood.
Blown up by the other.
Well, I know I can't target myself. I'm not trying to. Oh, this one requires attention. I'll give you attention. You can pet the cats! Game of the year.
Down here in the basement with this guy.
Is that funny?
You know, Mr. Not in any of our data.
Guys, look what I just found. These two as well, there's doubt over. I guess that's why they're in the red box all along. Have we got all the evidence? Oh my good God. Yeah, I'm with you. I think we're ducking. If you want to be sure Mary Beth's children are Roottrees, you're going to have to do some more digging. Damning evidence mentioned in the Regina Clementine email. Mary Beth visited Butler County. So, would that mean that she'd be here? Huh. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording one of his favourite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eyes on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word. I felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. The second visit was a few years later. The first visit was a massive success, and she returned for an encore performance. The unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. So I think, yeah, I think that's definitely with that. Mark Clementine was in a magazine, the Portland Telegraph. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where they would be not Roottrees. I don't know where they would have come from. I've discovered every periodical. He was caught because he was bitten by a crocodile on the leg. He had to call Mayday because he was losing blood. Okay. Right. What does that tell me? I don't know how that helps me, Duck. Huh. The religion of poverty. Sure. I mean, I don't know how that helps me either, Duck. The Portland Telegraph. Local teen making change for foster care system. She grew up in the foster care system, was the valedictorian of her school, and was a Girl Scout who, at the time of the article, was earning her Gold Award. This required a project to help the community. Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called the Foster Fountain. Okay, so she was in foster care. I don't know where she fits into anything though. Fountain of Youths. Okay. In the Portland Telegraph. I could get, if it wasn't so late, I'd be on this a bit more. That's my excuse anyway. Was that not what it was called? What is it called? Fountain of Youths. Fountain. We are speedrunning. I mean, it's 11 PM. I want to go to bed at some point tonight. Dirty Davy was there. Huh. All the performers and speakers were foster care alumni. Most of them grew up together as close friends. Wait. So. Trying to puzzle out how that would... So it's in Ruby's interest, if she knows Dirty Davy, to make him seem like one of the... Yeah. She wants him to be one of the people and everyone else to not be. So she's used someone... So whose DNA would she have used as his? Or maybe he actually is. But now she's making everyone else seem like they're not. I don't know. Duck, help me out here. The internet might have different information about... What was the book called? That we couldn't find. Kitchen Tales. Here we go. One of Kitchen Tales' recipes used salt water. The plaited loaf. Two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another. But he was one day whisked away, conscripted to break the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. So that's Laura and whoever it was. Lauren and Jacob, right? I would assume. Oh no, they met again. Huh. Okay, no, I'm wrong. 10 to 12 years later that they met again seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates has found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. I mean, we know what a bun in the oven is. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss the final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plaited loaf. Okay. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They travelled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. So... who was... it was... who was the baker? Who was the baker? Oh, Duck of Wisdom. You're not going to tell me now, are you? Who was the baker? It was you, Stuart Garland, right? Stephen Garland. Because you had... no? Yes. So, does that mean one of the kids is his? And one of the kids is his? Is that what the story is? Yes, because they... so they used to see each other all the time. Then they met again. A lot later, so it's their story. So the older one must be his, and the younger one must be his, right? Okay. Duck! More hints. Lang Xin Yu and Business Watch. Business Watch. Lang Xin Yu. She missed out. She was in Business Watch. Missed out on Watchman of the Year. She was the first two children. Her mother was already in her 30s when she had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. It became clear that there was no son. Okay. He had problems related to dimensions. Inu, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. Did she stop working as a power play, or did she stop working to hide her pregnancy? Or something. Lang Tai. IVF, blah 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 blah. Oh. He paid somebody to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. Key genes. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. The whistleblower claimed they helped to do this at least 6 times but provided only proof of 1 case. The daughter of an American politician unrelated to your investigation. Key genes shut down soon after. Both founders have fled to Lebanon. No, it's so the younger daughter did have IVF, but to try and create an heir, he paid for them to have the child implanted in the older daughter. But that doesn't mean that they actually did it. I think she was, the a Rootree. I did look into that. Oh, in Business Watch, okay. Such periodicals. IVF would often be used as an excuse for an unexplainable pregnancy. Okay, yeah. We knew that. Nia Alves. Yeah, cover up. His research claims she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. The final claim she must have made her money under the table through nefarious means during Brazil's dictatorship. No, I think it was Guy paying her. So, wait, hang on. Hang on. Where is it? There. So I think... Right, these payments... are for the kids. So caviar begins with a C. So that could be to Christine. Right? So that would mean that he isn't a Rootree. Then we have butterscotch and caviar. Butterscotch could be Beatrice. Then we have strawberry, zigua, butterscotch, and caviar. Begins with an X, begins with an S. So I think that that means she is, and he is. And then so we've got strawberry, zigua, butterscotch, caviar. And then sugar plum. So I think that means the twins are as well. Because of the payments he was making. And because of the whole 5 pieces shizzle. So I think that's how that all goes together. We think we've got that right. So then it's just these two. Gwyn Roottrie. Guys like us. Re-released. Okay. But how does that help me? How does that help me, oh duck of the other actors? Okay. Oh, because maybe they're the father. Oh. Okay. Oh, Leslie's female. Probably not the father then. Ron and Robbie's family and affairs. What's his name? Yeah, Ronald. Wild Bill Williams, alright. Ha. Did not make an appearance at Gwyn Rootrie's funeral. There were rumours online he must have already died. But he's still in his 70s, still lives in Paris, still in perfectly fine health. I think it was Mark Twain who said the rumours of my death may have been greatly exaggerated. The few years I spent with Gwyn were just one stop along the very long and complicated journey that was my life and career. The last time we spoke was when I signed the divorce papers. She asked me never to contact her or the kids again. I've always respected those wishes. They've never reached out to me either, even as adults, so I have to assume they had some idea of why she hated me so much and the sacrifices she made on my behalf. I wish them well and I'm sorry for their loss, but we've all been strangers for 40 years, so I can confidently say they wouldn't have wanted me to be there. Okay. But what does that tell us? Nothing? Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. Like, it's not him that's a Roottrie. It's the mum that's a Roottrie. Looking into their spouses. Penelope Tessa Green. Hello. Help find a cure for Huntington's disease. Why are they trying to find a cure into Huntington's disease? It was, Leslie Florence had Huntington's disease. So if those kids have got Huntington's disease, or if one of them has, yeah. someone has a mother or father with Huntington's, but they themselves do not receive it from that parent, their children and grandchildren and so on will never have it. So why do they care about it? If... So the dad's still alive. But maybe the mum? Maybe the mum has it? Because she died... No, it's neurodegenerative, and they said that she was healthy up until she died. So therefore Linda must be at least one of them's mum. If not both. So that would mean that maybe Ronald Rootree has got Huntington's. Maybe that's why she doesn't want the dads to know about them. Because the dad would know that he hasn't got it and she hasn't got it. So therefore, they're not their kids. And she kept splitting up with him every time she was pregnant. Maybe she was faking being pregnant. And would split up with him. Oh, man. Oh, I think we have missed clues, yeah. There's still a few clues. I want to find all the clues. RR Productions. Guys Like Us remake. Remember cast is Cameron Diaz, Linda Fiorentino and Chris O'Donnell. Ron Rootree has dropped out in the wake of a serious medical issue. So he is not a Rootree. What about Robert though? Okay, so when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Which is convenient. Because she could take time off, pretending to be pregnant. He wouldn't know. I found all the smoking guns. Why were Bill and Gwyn arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant? His divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. But wait. Wait, though. Whose affairs? His affairs or her affairs? Maybe she was having affairs with the other actress. What was the other actress's name? Leslie Florence. Maybe. Did I spell it wrong? Lesleyflorenc. Huh. Have we found everything, Duck? No. Okay. So, if she was visibly pregnant, then he probably is a Rootree, right? Have I found everything then? Yeah. But he is not. I mean, I don't know. Could be. Could be, could be, could be. Right, if we... Oh, we've done all of them. I think... Are we happy with all of them? So we've said that the rapper dude isn't. Everyone else is, apart from Stuart Clementine isn't, because he was adopted legitimately. Yeah, it was Beatrice. It's their mums' names that the flavours are for. So that was butterscotch. I knew the one with an X was weird. Yes. So what I think happened was, so Jane Doe went to the lawyer, or the lawyer was contacted for a DNA test. She said to her friend who was in the foster home with her, hey, wasn't your mum also a secretary for Guy Hudson? Why don't we steal all the details and say that he's your dad? We do. That one. Where is it? That one. Although, that is a bit sus, right? I think that's a bit sus. That she'd be wearing a t-shirt saying Roottree Family Picnic. Photoshop wasn't really a thing in the 90s, though. But we've got no evidence that they were having an affair. We just know that she was a secretary. And we've got a photo of them together, but we don't know that they were having an affair. I mean, yeah, Scalpel and Glue was. You're not wrong there. I also love how good I'm getting at interpreting your drunk English. Right. Okay, one by one. So, over here, we've got Frank Williams. We're pretty convinced that he's a relative, I think, because of the arguments about Bess. And we haven't got any evidence that Bess was married to anyone. So I think he must be. We've got Stuart Clementine, who was adopted. I think that's legit. When they met, You will be surprised what we're doing. That word I can't decipher. What spades we're doing. Oh, spies. Okay. Yeah. So I think when they met, she already had the kid. I think. Yeah. So she'd already adopted a kid. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. So she already had one kid. Then she stayed with him. And then she pretended she found that kid. So he is a Rootree. Wait, what? What one picture? Picture of who, K-Wolf? And where? A picture of him and the mum. I don't think there is. We haven't got one. She's not there. No, I don't think we've got one. And there's no evidence that, like, we haven't got everything from. We know she was a secretary, though. So we know she worked for him. I don't think we need a picture. This one? Oh, that picture! That's what you've been looking for. I forgot we even needed that. Thank you. I'm with you now. Right, anyway, so we're happy with that. I'm pretty happy with all of these because of the flavours of the candies and the bread story, that one of them is his and one of them is his, and they've blended them together and they're all happy. And then these, yeah, she was visibly pregnant, so he must be legit. He has Huntington's, so he must be from the other actress. So I think we're good. I'm gonna press the button. I'm ready. Let's go. But first, I did it! I didn't complete the last one, I don't think. I filled the entire family tree incorrectly. Yay!
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind
Did I get them all
the
right?
inconsistencies. Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned.
Okay.
Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week. Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted. But that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson. Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed. We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women. He hid it with a method.
I'm amazed I worked that out.
Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse.
Yeah, they were.
He developed flavors based on the
I'm
initials
so
of the women
proud
he
of
was
myself for that.
which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X.
Yes. Right from when I first saw it. I don't think I said it, but I was like, that's a weird, really weird name. I don't even know what it is. Oh, hello. Are you coming back to see how well we did, Puss? Hey. I did good, look. I did good. Are you proud of me, you kid? He's probably saying, why are we not in bed yet? Past bedtime, innit? Just wait a few more minutes, and then we'll go to bed.
Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party.
I didn't pick up on that.
Christine was there with Guy.
It would have been
and when she
helpful if
got
there were
pregnant,
dates on the family
Steve
tree, I
stepped
think.
up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories.
You had it the second or third time you've seen it. Okay. Yeah. Christine was there with Guy. When she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories.
Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know.
We'll never know.
Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
Ah, I didn't pick up on that either. We moved here before I could even talk. Robert's 3 years younger than James. Ah. Yes.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Xin Yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even?
I didn't know Robert Redford was a redhead, but sure.
When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive. But her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark.
Mm-hmm. I have to say, I'm so impressed with people who can come up with all these things. All these puzzles.
Sonia
And not make
Alves
it
was soon
obvious,
after.
but
Nia
make
was
it
married
solvable.
At a very young
Very
age
clever.
To a much older husband.
Yes, she was.
She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private. Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia.
Yes.
Last was Susan Ford, hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there. She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins.
I didn't even notice that it was double. Huh.
So, what about 5Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975.
Ah, I didn't notice that either.
Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it. But there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby Spratt. They both grew up in Portland, in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another.
I know, there's so many details.
Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a setup.
Uh-huh.
Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way.
Yeah, they did.
If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
But they're different.
But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA.
Yes, he had her hairbrush.
They sent the female sample in remotely.
I remember that.
On the second
I wondered
test,
why they mentioned
Bonnie's
the
sample
hairbrush.
was
It's
tested
so random.
locally, but Courtney Mays was not.
So that was Bonnie's, but not. It wasn't Courtney Mays.
Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney Mays, but it could have been anyone's.
So I was confused about who they'd used to prove that she wasn't, but it's just they didn't use her hair,
Ruby
so that makes
and
sense.
Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution. A noble effort, but once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims.
Yeah.
That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts. Her tales of Guy's parties and payoffs were true. She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion.
Uh-huh.
I feel worst for her in all of this. While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well.
Yeah, and these I'm a little bit less sure about.
Miracle Roottrie was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine.
Yes, it is.
Not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County.
Work that out.
That leaves Mark. The timeline fits.
It does.
He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle. And the basket baby story is a bit
Yeah, it's
too
a bit weird,
convenient. If that's not enough on its own...
Yeah. This.
He was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife.
Oh, that's
after
who
she
it
changed her name to
was.
win that silly contest.
That's who it was. I didn't twig that. I never... I didn't work out that that's who it was.
Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way. Elias's affair was the most ambiguous.
Yeah.
Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family. My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth. Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess. Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, I
So
wouldn't
that
say
should have
we
been a
enough
question
evidence
mark.
either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties.
So we're not sure about Frank Williams.
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron
Yes.
Roottrees isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is. When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it. Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation.
I searched for Leslie Florence almost by accident and noticed that she died of Huntington's. Otherwise I wouldn't have twigged.
Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron. At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant.
Oh. I just thought that Gwyn took on the baby for some reason. That makes a lot more sense. I thought that Bill didn't know. I thought that Bill thought it was his and Gwyn's kid. That makes a lot more sense than whatever nonsense was going on in my head. I was thinking like Gwyn and Leslie were having the affair. Oh my word.
Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child.
That makes so much more sense.
Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy. To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline.
Oh, that's why.
It's one heck of a story, and frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together.
But we did!
Not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof.
Yeah. I say we. I'm including the duck in the we. The duck was very helpful.
Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancid Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal.
Ron's the one that's not in the family.
So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was invaluable.
I mean, duck is duck.
You got everything absolutely correct.
Yeah, I did.
Why did we even bother hiring a team? You figured it all out solo.
Apart from the one that technically should have been a question mark, but I guess
all
that's fine.
All this information, this entire story, it's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all very, very carefully, but we couldn't have gotten here without you.
Oh, am I supposed to be handling it carefully? Because I might be streaming it on the internet.
And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end.
We got her whole salary for the last investigation. I don't know what we're being given for this one.
No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well.
No! I want another
And
one!
if not...
Yeah?
Well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's
yes, please.
brothers and sisters.
Yes, please!
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5-Piece coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is a root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man, y'all are hypocrites. Sitting back in your massive estates. Built from the cash that your
It is the song of the Ford.
Acting like you somehow deserve it based on your family's creations. Yo, but look at here, sonny, don't you come for our money or you might burn bright in hellfire someday. Like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's Clancid Trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners cause we didn't earn it. When all of your work that came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is a root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle.
Oh, sorry, don't you like my dancing puss? He put his paw on my chest. To be like, can you stop?
Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets, the only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock half G's, top up my pockets, please. Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty, and if you're suddenly not eager to unhand,
Yeah, he wants us to go to bed.
I guess I'm gonna have to take my
Don't
portion
you,
and
mister?
I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtroom.
He likes curling up under the duvet with me. Don't you, mister?
You say money is a root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just
Yeah, it's midnight here. This is so good though. I've really enjoyed these sorts of games. More, please! Where's it gone, though? Oh, there we go. Yeah! I guess we're finding someone to raid then. Kay is streaming. Let's go. See you, K-Wolf. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I will be back on Sunday for Sherlock Sundays. Until then, copy the raid message, paste it when we get there. And bye bye.